Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Greku and Toker fighting it out for the chip lead at this table. And Daddy in third place with 46 bigs. Vladimir with 40 bigs in fourth place. Nadell in fifth with 37. Florin with 36 bigs. Barack Oz with 17, and your shortest stack is still okay with 14 bigs because the structure in this tournament is unbelievable. Really deep stacked poker, 75-minute levels. It's all to play for here. My name is Action Man Dan. I'm your broadcaster for the duration of this event. We will crown yet another champion at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov, some part of tonight, to the tune of €200,000. All players have locked up a 10k ticket. Dealer, shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Let's go. Call me Mr. Music. Says good morning, evening. Richie says good afternoon. Zoom player says hi everyone. He's been a big fan of the channel the last 2 days. Nice to see him out this early. Hello to all the Action Army tuning in on this extra bonus day of coverage. 8 players remaining, average stack just shy of 40 bigs. We've got some talented players still remaining in the field and some fresh faces. Let's see what happens here. I'm excited for this one. Zoom player says, how are you, Mr. Com? Next man, Dan, is reasonable. I didn't get to go and do my full workout, so a little disappointed I didn't get to do a bit of boxing, but we've got some coffee, we done some breathing, we got a cold shower, and we are ready to go. Vladimir raising to 425 with ace-8 from early position. There are significant pay jumps. I'm sure the payouts are pinned to the chat. At least they were last night. Bear that in mind. Some of these players won't have played for this kind of money before, and either case anyway, if they have or they haven't, it's still an unbelievable opportunity to win a circuit ring, €200,000, and all the glory that goes with it. Not easy to battle through these fields, especially with an entry field size of 1,247. 8 players remaining. I believe the payout is somewhere around 15k at the moment. We've got 2 players from Romania representing. We've got a player from Switzerland. 3 players from Germany. 1 player from Georgia and 2 players from Israel. Actually, Gunter Don got knocked out last hand last night, so he is busted. So just 2 Germans remaining. Ace King for Greku facing Vladimir's open. These two were tangling a bit last night. A lot of players remaining will know each other's game pretty well. Still wants to be 3-betting a hand as strong as Ace King suited in the cutoff, of course. We'll see some players just flat here with ICM considerations and whatnot, but with Gunter out of the way, there's a 17 big blind stack with 14 big blind stack. There's no one 10 big blinds or less, so 3-betting to 1.2 million here. Standard stuff. Vladimir will be forced to let this one go, I would think. He's unsuited. He's raised from under the gun +1. Yes, it's Greku that's 3-betting him, but Greku covers Vladimir. Not a nice hand to have out of position in the bloated pot against a very good opponent. Vladimir lets it go. Greku takes it down. And now he's playing almost 13 million. Bit of a scallywag, our Greku. Got some bluffs through last night, no problem showing them to the table. Didn't have a bluff on that occasion, but all players will be thinking in their mind, hand in, hand out, is this guy up to no good in the neighborhood? Zoom player says, nice open fold. An open steak sandwich. Sounds nice right about now. Pull all the way around to Oz. 14 bigs on the button. He's just going to let deuces go. Understandable with 8 remaining. Some would say you could just shove there, though, with a pair. Just 2 players to get through. Pick up the blinds and antes, adding 500k to your stack. And he is one of the shortest stacks at the table. Risk to reward not too great there, though. It just deuces. Are you going to bet 200k here? What a funny name, by the way. Do I have to call him Daddy for the whole day? A lot of funny nicknames yesterday. Never ends with the nicknames. 1 million in the pause. We hit the river. 6, 7, 8. Queen Deuce is the board. Daddy's still with the best hand. I think he's going to go for tin value. If he's going for tin value, wants to bet something around 200, 250, goes for 225. Vladimir's going to pay him off. What a nice value bet there on the river. More Manina looking for the payouts. Yeah, there they are. Exclamation payouts if you're looking for them in the chat. And hello to wherever you are tuning in from, if it's YouTube or the Action Army on Twitch. Jerry Fall asking, was that a value bet or a blocker bet? I believe it was a bit of both. Usually the blocker bet can be /value. I always say that on this channel. So basically, if he believes he can get paid by worse, why not go for external value? Also, if you think you're going to check call, you're going to check call a larger bet, then why not bet something small yourself? So that's the reasons behind the blocker-ish type sizing /value bet. When we bet 225 into a mil, we're not risking much. We can get paid by worse. There's no cure for curiosity, and I would probably pay him off from the big blind there with a pair of 7s also. Lauren raising the min under the gun here. Ace 10 of spades. Hope that explains that one for you, Jerry. Current payout is €18,500. Jerry says, cheers for that, Dan. Thank you. You're welcome. Class is in session. Every day is a learning day. I know what you mean, though. It looks a little bit like, is he trying to get... So he's not... If he would have a worse hand if he was trying to use it as a bluff, you see. So he does believe he can get called by worse, and if he's going to check call a bet anyway, it just makes sense to bet something small yourself. Also, very unlikely he's going to get raised. That is actually key. That is one point I didn't mention. AI defending. We've seen AI play very well yesterday. He had a lot of chips. Few hands have not gone his way. He got bullied a bit. 1 or 2 pots by Greku. Florin is going to take that one down with a bet. AI not going to see a turn card, 2 overcards to his pocket sixes when he just has 10 bigs behind. I'm calling him AI because I refuse to call him all in, because it's just going to confuse people and indeed confuse myself. Especially now that he's short stack as well. All in is going to be all in, and no one will know what I'm on about. Maybe I won't even know what I'm on about myself. So, mentioned that yesterday. By the way, if you like what you see and you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe and a follow. We're on all the usual social media platforms as well. We've got a merchandise store. Some really nice stuff can be bought over there. You can find out all the additional information about the resort itself. So the website is www.kingsresort.com. Daddy raising 425 from the cutoff, Queen 10 off suit. Florin going to defend with the 8-6 off suit. Cut off against big blind. Flop is 4-3 deuce. Checker. This flop is going to smack the perceived big blind's defending range more than the cutoff's opening range. Now, turn is a different story. This is a good card for Daddy to rep. If I was Florin, I think I would lead on this turn. Got a good shot straight draw. We can rep a lot of that flop that our opponent can't. I think Florin has missed a bet here. Let's see if he is deciding to check call. If he's going to check call, he's better off betting himself. But it is important to note that with a 10 big blind stack out there, AI, no one wants to bust before him. Is a significant pay jump. Well, all pay jumps are significant, but the difference between 8th place and 7th place is from €18,500 to €26,400. So it's about an 8 grand jump just if you can survive a 10 big blind stack busting. So all players will be very wary of that, and some of the bigger stacks can really use that to their advantage here and apply maximum pressure to the smaller stacks and even the middling stacks, because no one wants to bust before that 10 big blind stack. There's also another guy who's under 20 bigs as well. So the pressure's on. You can cut the tension with a knife. All players will be chasing that €200,000, of course. What an event here at the King's Resort in Rosvedov to kick things off in January. We had the mini main last weekend, of course, the appetizer. With this €1,100 buy-in, with this many entries this early in the year, is a sign of things to come. So much action taking place this year at King's. Well, every year I expect 2024 to be bigger and better than ever before. Daddy going for an unconventional limp mid-position-ish with the Queen 10 off suit. Playing over 10 mil, so good for over 50 bigs to start the hand. Now Nadell, who we've seen play quite aggressive in some spots last night, was getting a little bit ran over by Greku, but that's only because Greku had position on him and kept showing him bluffs. Greku playing very well and was running very hot. It's a wicked combination. Daddy gonna just bet one big, and Nadell doesn't like it on the King 6-3 two-spade board. Lets it go. Red Misty in the house says, good to hear you, sir. Did you pass your theory test? I've done it twice now. The first time I got 33 and I failed by one question this time, and it really hurt me because now I have to start studying for it again. Look, the bottom line is I didn't study it anywhere near as much as I could have or should have probably. I will not be failing it the third time. It's just I had a very frustrating morning. I don't blame other people for my own problems, but I wasn't in the greatest of spirits going in the door, shall we say, and I still had 8 minutes to go. I thought I'd done enough, rechecked all the questions, and I was very, very irritated to see that I didn't get through. I just haven't had the head for it recently. Floor and pocket fours. Let's go to min raise. Greku with ace queen off suit. Going to play this one aggressively from the button. As is tradition for Greku, well, he has the hand to do it with, but he doesn't need a hand to do it with. We'll see some other players maybe just flat, but not Greku. And I believe he has nearly everyone covered, so expect to see him playing very aggressively. What a boss he is. He certainly looks the part. He's got the skills to back it up. Red Misty says, damn unlucky, you just passed me driving test, none of it easy. Good man yourself. Get her done. Misty says, took me 3 attempts. Shocking. Well, 3 is the magic number. But 5 will make you get down now. Jack's getting that one through, taking down the blinds and antes. Aces for Greku. Seen him get aces a few times last night. Let's see what happens here. Nadell with a hand in the cutoff. We've got action. Might very well see Nadell just call here, considering there are some short stacks. Does go for the flat. King Jack Deuce is the flop, and Nadell likely to lose some more chips here with top pair, queen kicker, 1.5 million in the pot. Daddy coming along for the ride in the big blind with the ace-6 of clubs. Bet a 425 and a call, and that turn is a brick. Nearly 2.4 million in this pot now. If I'm Greku, I'm going to size up here. I like a bet of about 1.2 million. Even 1.4. Just doesn't need to go too small here. No less than a mil anyway. Okay, 950. It's just a draw is going to call again. The strong jack's going to call again. Hands like the one Nadell has is going to call again. Big pot here now. Big boy poker. 4.2 million as we hit the river. River is clean for Greku. I guess maybe I was being a bit greedy. I was feeling if we bet another 500k or so on the turn, it would basically set up a stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. But if you don't think you can get it all, then there's no point in betting so big on the turn. So you just size down to make sure you get 3 streets. If he's going to go for something here, I would like to see him bet about 2.5 million. Goes for 2 million. I seem to be one pink chip behind on this hand on the Turning River. I don't see Nadell folding. He's getting a bit frustrated with Greku yesterday, and look how quick Nadell calls. Greku shows him the goods, and Greku is going to love this. Gives him a lot more power at this FT. I really like watching this man play. Obviously, he had aces on this occasion, but you just don't know what Greku's going to have. And I think I would be paying him off on that river as well, with a clean run out for our King Queen. Three players now under 20 bigs. Greku approaching 100, and then he's got a lot of distance between Toker and Daddy, both playing in that 50 big blind range. And Vladimir with 36. So a nice disparity of chips at this FT with 8 players remaining. Zoom player said 1.5 million value on the river. Yeah, you were closer. Well, I guess we were. I said 2.5, you said 1.5, and he arrived at, we call it 2 mil. Just Kevo says he's so lost. Well, it's not lost if you know where it is. You are watching the World Series of Poker main circuit event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. These 8 lucky punters playing for €200,000. That coveted main event ring that you see in the background there. They've all secured a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year, and all the glory that goes with it. So, very action-packed, fun day in store for the fans out there. Daddy with the best hand on the river. The best hand throughout the whole flop and turn as well, but now he's got top pair. Vladimir are going to pay him off with just king high. These blind v blind battles so important. Zoom player with an interesting question that I've been asked before. He says, do I have the right to say my favourite player on a final table? Very interesting. First of all, do I have the right? Do I deserve? Am I entitled to? As Action Man Dan, the broadcaster, analyst and commentator, I say it how I see it, and if someone is really impressing me, then naturally enough they will be my favourite to take down the tournament. If I seen someone from Ireland, I would be lying and saying I didn't want to see them win. But I try to be as unbiased as possible throughout, whether it's the final table or day 1, day 2, day 3, whatever the case may be. That is my response. But if someone is impressing me and I really want them to win, I'm not going to keep rooting for them. I have no say in what way the cards are going to go or who's going to win. I'm not going yes if a river hits, nothing like that. I just like seeing good poker. I like seeing entertainment poker, and I like providing endless amounts of action. Well, the players provide the endless amounts of action. I just report it. Greku raising to 400k. Hope that answers your question. Now, I would expect to see Greku go up a gear here. He is clearly one of the most talented players left in the field. He's a King's Resort reg. We've seen him win lots of money before on the feature table felt. And he has been getting the hands, but I was expecting him to put the foot on the gas and see him entering a lot of pots. Is so much extra chips can be obtained while they're all trying to wait out this 8.5 grand pay jump. And Greku fast approaching 20 million in chips. Taking that one down with a C bet. Someone's asking, a Zoom player asking about the chips. The blue chips are 25k. The grey chips are 100k. And the pink chips you see in front of the players are all $500,000 each. Check what TTV is in the house. Hello, sir. New Heartman asks, is this live? It is a 30-minute delay. I thought the Jack 3 defended in the big blind there, not calling on the button. Perhaps I missed that. Nadell raising the 400k. Toker calling the 400k. And if I did miss that, it's because I wouldn't expect him to call on the button, and maybe you're right. He didn't see that the ace jack had raised. King 7-3 is the flop, 3 ways. Nadell betting 650, and Toker, who we've seen get incredibly lucky last night, he's playing a healthy stack of over 10 million also. Like I keep saying, they're still very deep stacked for an FT here. Almost 40 bigs is the average, a couple of stacks over the 50 big blind range. This could be a long marathon day of poker. It depends what Greku has to say about that. Stack to pot ratio here, 1-to-1. Nadell picking up a good turn card for his hand. He's got the nut flush draw, but he's deciding to check it. Stack to pot ratio 1-to-1, as I just said. So Toker might just put him in. If I'm going to bet, I'm just going to bet the lot probably. This might be A better sizing to try to get paid by a hand like the one Nadell has. It does call 4 million in the pot. Just 2 million behind in Nadell's stack. Check, and Toker would be happy to check it back, and it's now Nadell going to be playing a 10 big blind stack. Toker up to 13.5 million, which is good for 67 big blinds. AI all in from the button with Queen 10 off suit for 7 bigs. Lauren has a callable ace-5, but I don't know what ICM would have to say about that. Any less, he could probably go. He's got Greku to worry about in the big blind. So I think it's a good pass. If we had like 5 big blinds or less, I think we call with the ace-5, but 7, just kind of pricing him out there. Any more, we just fold anyway. Such massive pay jumps, ICM considerations, so important at this late stage. Flooring on the button with King 9 off suit. Goes for the full 3x. And Nadell priced out. Greku opening here, and Oz wisely just calling in the big blind with aces. Let Greku do the work for you when you have such a strong hand. Unlikely that he's going to call your rejam, even if he can afford it. So the plan of action there is to just call, let Greku blast off. But Oz is deciding to raise, which I don't like at all. Greku just knows that it's no good, and now reinforcing Greku's fold there by showing the aces. Don't show, buddy. Arm shot says 1, 2, 3. Place looks juicy. I mean, it all looks juicy. But hold that thought. We've got action. Greku with the min. Oz with the jam. Vladimir with the pocket tens. And he's shown a propensity to be willing to gamble and call a bit light in one or two spots. But this is massive ICM consideration. I really don't know what we're going to see Vladimir do here. I think this could be a jacks plus type of a spot. It all depends on how wide you think Oz is rejamming from the button over a Greku open, which could be wide enough. If you were to plug this into a calculator, I think tens goes into the muck, but this is the King's Resort. Expect the unexpected. I wouldn't blame Vladimir for stacking off here. But if he thinks he's just in a coin flip situation, that he's got to put his hand in the muck. If he thinks Oz is rejamming very wide, you could go with your pocket tens. It's one of them. It's a good pass from the pocket tens, in my opinion. And Greku lets it go. Stink says, but this is King's Resort. How should we interpret it? I don't know how you're meant to interpret it, but good luck putting King's Resort into a calculator. Players can play wild, which is great from an action perspective, but if you were to put some of these things into a calculator, like an online scenario, something like that, it would definitely tell you to fold tens there, because there is such significant pay jumps. You're going to be flipping at best a lot of the time. But if there's a guy who's just firing off and rejamming loads, he's going to have a lot of those low pairs, the suited wheels, maybe even suited connectors under the tens. But it's just not the case at such a prestigious final table here, where the pay jumps are massive and there's €200,000 and the small matter of the World Series of Poker circuit ring and all the glory that goes with it. So I think on this occasion made a great pass there with the pocket tens. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is 125. Big blind is a quarter of a mil, with a quarter of a mil running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Flooring with the min under the gun, and Toker with the ace king. Toker taking that one down with a 3-bet. And let's see how that affects things. Okay, this is an interesting ICM dynamic, because 7th place and 8th place both with 6 blinds each. Nobody wants to bust before the two of those. We got Oz then with 18 bigs. Everyone else comfortable with almost 25 bigs and above. Okay, so Vladimir raising to a mil, clearly showing he is committed to AI's stack of 6 bigs. Now Vladimir is priced in. King Queen 6 is the flop. And AI is in trouble. 3.5 million in this pot. Are we going to see our first casualty at the final table? Turn is the 10 of hearts. AI picking up some additional equity. He's got 25% of it as we hit the river. River is another king. Vladimir has eliminated AI in 8th place. AI will take home €18,500 for his efforts, and of course that all-important 10k ticket. Nice payday, sir. Unlucky in the end. GG. That means 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €26,400. Price of poker is going up. And the difference now between 7th and 6th place is 11 grand. Massive jump in money. Stink says, honestly, the name is annoying. I love how you dealt with it. Yeah, I was dealing with it all day yesterday as well. Not all day, he got moved table and stuff, but yeah, it's just too much of a tongue twister. I have to explain it to everyone then that I'm yeah, thank you very much for your comment. Toker min raising here with the Queen Jack off suit from early position. And Vladimir with King 10 of hearts. Vladimir has a total live earnings of 120k on his hand and mob anyway. And Toker, Kaner Toker, total live earnings is 11,000. Kaner Toker. Vladimir is going to 3-bet to 1.2 million. Must say, Ferris says, Happy New Year, Action Man. Thank you very much, Ferris. Merry New Year to you, sir. Hope you are well. Greku shoves on Nadell. Nadell just with 4 bigs behind. He's going to have to call here with the ace deuce off suit. Not going to get much better opportunities here, blind v blind. He survived a pay jump. Be shocked to see him put this in the muck, to be honest. I don't believe it. The power of the big stack. That's a big mistake there from Nadell, considering the blinds and antes have just hit him. We need to protect our blinds and antes there as well, and we have to post a small blind. It's just, he's not going to get much better spots, especially when there's some big stacks at the table that are just going to keep pounding. That just shows level of inexperience. He does have less than 2k total on his live earnings, so this is going to be a massive score for him irregardless. But he's just already survived a pay jump. He's guaranteed over 20 grand now, and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. His work is done. Golden opportunity to try double up. Rates to have the best hand most of the time there with an ace in the big for sub 5 bigs to start the hand. So, Stinks, when you asked earlier, but this is King's Resort, how should we interpret that? Maybe that sheds some light on that question, sir. Rupo says these hands are getting people to kings. Yeah, there you go. So, what I would say there as well is, if that information is given to the rest of the table after the break or whatever, then if you know that and you're at the table, you're going to make tighter folds if you're able to just jam into people and get them to fold hands that they should be calling off with. So therefore, these really close spots and these middling pairs, all that kind of jazz, you can say goodbye to your calculator there to a certain degree, because the calculator is going to calculate that you are playing correctly, where we can clearly see that that is not the case. Florin with 21 bigs here in the hijack. I think he just wants to be shoving this one. He does get that one through with the rejam. Nice pickup there for the ace-king, uncontested. Could 3-bet off that stack depth, but I just think sub 25 bigs there. Just want to be jamming. And that's a surprising pass there from Greku. I would expect to see him at least call with a hand as strong as Queen 10 suited. Plays really nice. But Greku doesn't really have to get involved. Serious ICM considerations. There's a guy with sub 4 bigs, but just in position there over the opener. Expected to see him call, but he decides to just let it go. Florin with the ace-7 of clubs will get that one through. Nadell gonna go all in for his last 875. See, the thing is, when we pass on them spots blind v blind, what happens is we have a limited amount of fold equity, and he is shoving. Okay, he's suited, but so many more players to get through. Florin gonna be forced to call here with King Queen. And see, had he called it off blind v blind, he was getting pretty much a 60-40 for his money, and we can see it's very similar here. 2.1 million in the middle up for grabs here. Nadell at risk. That's a great start for Nadell. Turn is the jack of clubs. Never easy. Queen on the river. Nadell doubles up and survives. And Sippy says Queen 10 suited is a good hand for a 3-bet with ICM pressure. Yeah, I didn't think he would 3-bet there, but my whole point was I expected him to flat at the very least. So when he folds, I just didn't mention the 3-bet. But yeah, I think it would have been a fine 3-bet. Maybe he just doesn't want to take every one of those spots and he's happy with his position at the table. It's just we've seen him 3-bet some other hands. He's got all the chips, so I was a bit surprised to not see him 3-bet, or at the very least flat with the Queen 10 suited. So good point there, Sippy. Nice to have you with us. Oh, let's go for a min raise. The hijack with ace 10 off suit. Off 15 bigs. Greku just wants to be jamming here from the big blind. No reason to do anything else. The question is Oz willing to raise, fold a hand as strong as ace 10 in this spot? I don't really like this from Greku. I would prefer to see him rejam, especially against the hijack open. $675 is the bet from Oz. Now, Greku with a good shot, straight draw. Definitely going to see him be continuing here. I would assume. Maybe he wants to just raise. And Sippy making another good point here. This is why it's nice to have additional information when people actually know some of the players. He is so tight because they know him and he's aggro in these type of spots. Okay. I just thought... No, I still stand by it though. I think Ace-Jack is just going to be good enough to rejam if Barak has any sort of raise folds in him. Like, you can't just open rip or min raise with the nuts from the hijack. Otherwise, your range collapses and you're just going to have super strong hand if you have no raise folds. But I see what you're saying. Oh yeah, so Sippy, you think the same as me? Yeah, I don't see the reason. Don't see the reason for not 3-betting that Queen 10 of Hearts from Greku, and I don't see the reason for not rejamming pre there. Perhaps he's just chilling. Also, strange that he doesn't decide to see a turn card there. He's got 2 overcards to the flop and a good shot straight draw, and he's facing not the smallest bet in the world, but it's not a large sizing. It's 675. And Sippy says it's a shove as well because another short stack and that guy with ICM can fold ace queen also. Yeah. It's a strange one because maybe you could just rip the ace 10. But you're only going to get called by better then. On about ripping 15 bigs from the hijack with the ace 10. Any less, I think we just rip, and any more, it's clear that we just have to min raise. So he'd be happy enough to take that one down. Best case scenario for him, flopping top pair, top kicker. Vladimir betting 600k. And the ace 9, 6. I think Oz needs to see a turn card here. He does call. Turn is an interesting one. Quickly going check, check though. And now Oz will be trying to get the showdown. Vladimir missing out on some value there on the river, in my opinion. No reason not to bet about a mil there. Letting Oz away lightly. This could be the end of Oz. Toker raising on the button to 650 with ace king. This is more than rejammable from the small blind. Don't really like flattening off this stack size from the small blind. Plays better as a rejam, but he somehow gets away from it. Toker betting 800k here. Daddy calling. Don't really like the bet from Toker on this board. Daddy checks the second time. Turn goes check, check. River's the 3 of diamonds now. 3.275 million in this pot. Daddy needs to turn his hand into a bluff, but decides against it. That's a misbet from Daddy. Needs to try make an ace high type holding fold there. He's got some blockers, etc. I would much prefer to see a bet from Daddy, and he doesn't want to bet too small. Yes, there's missed clubs. Yes, there's missed hearts, but when we arrive at the river there with just queen high and a 9 blocking the straight, we just got to use that as a bluff. Greku with 67 bigs, still our chip leader. Toker with 57. Vladimir with 41. Daddy with 34. Florin with 31 bigs. Oz with 14. And Nadell back in the danger zone here with 6 big blinds. Stink says on the turn would be a better bet. Yeah, he could just lead on the turn, but once he doesn't lead on the turn, turn gets checked through, we must bluff the river. Yes, good point, Jimmy. The gents, queen 9 could have bluffed on the flop. You could just check raise. Also, Toker shouldn't be betting that often on that board, so it does look strong when he does, but we can clearly see he just had ace king. Nadell all in from the hijack for 6 bigs here. Toker has a calling hand, especially with this amount of chips. Wow, Toker gets out of the way. Jimmy the gent says he's lurking playing on ACR. We love a good lurker around here. Never mind that, Jimmy. Best of luck on ACR. Saying no need to excuse your absence. Nice that you have us in the background, and good luck in your tourneys. Daddy betting 5 or raising to 525 on the button with Jack 7 off suit. Gets it through. Nadell with 8 bigs, needs to shove this one all day. Let's Queen Jack suited go. It's just too tight. Blinds and antes are about to hit him. I know that the pressure's on, buddy, but that's a golden opportunity to get the last of your biscuits across the line and try get something going. Put yourself into contention to get a podium finish. Baracos all in. 13 bigs. Vladimir wants to count in the cutoff of pocket sevens. Think this might be a bit too much for him to call. Nico asks, is this the final table? Yes, it says in the top right hand corner of your screen that there are 8 players remaining, but this is the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. They are playing for €200,000 and that all-important gold ring. Nice to have you with us, Nico. Sevens get out of the way. By the way, good afternoon, Apocalypse. Nice to have you with us. I forgot to say hello there. Hope you are well. It'll be a fun action packed final table we have going on here. Nadell giving a walk. Now he's back down to 6 bigs. Didn't expect to see a King-Jack suited open fold there, and I don't know about the 8-4 clubs shoving 6 bigs into small. I know this might be his last opportunity to have some fold equity there, blind v blind. I actually don't hate a shove with the 8-4 suited, believe it or not, especially if you could get a hand with the big to fold. It's better. Like, I don't see Queen 3 calling off there. Baltzar says, sure, ICM implications, but come on. Yeah, I think King-Jack should be getting involved there. Daddy raising to 525 from under the gun with ace-jack off suit. Greku with the aces once again. Greku going for small 3-bet, it looks like. Not too small. Almost 3x. Daddy is maybe considering a 4-bet here. Oh, looked like he was going for it, and then he put his chips back in his stack. Looks like he is going for it. He's going for a click back. He's had enough of Greku. Ill timing. Four bets to 2.9 million. Now, option for Greku to just call or jam. I think we might see him jam because it's an under the gun open. That's 4-betting, but maybe he just wants the flat for the minimum. Oh, this is spicy stuff, folks. 5 million in the pot. Check Ma says just call. Yeah, I like just call, but I'm saying if he thought he could get his opponent to stack off here and now, then why not just put it in? 6.425 million in this pot. Essentially playing stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. Daddy going for 1.5 mil. Look at the size of this pot now, almost 8 million. Now we just call. Greku is a top G. And guys, King of Clubs hitting the turn. Daddy now has a card he can rep, and he has the nut flush draw. I expect to see Daddy move all in here. And he does move all in. Greku won't be folding, I don't think. Here we go. Look at the size of this pot. Just shy of 80 big blinds. 19.775 mil. And Greku, a 4-1 favourite to take down. This one will be playing an overwhelming chip lead. And Daddy, 18% equity as we hit the river. Oh my God, I don't believe it. That is absolutely disgusting. So ill. Not often I'm somewhat speechless. That is a game changer. Greku was set to have well over 100 big blinds, and now he's back down around 25 bigs. That would make him sick to his stomach. Just had to take a breather there for a second. Wow, what an action-packed hand that was. That's a hand you would usually just see on the internet. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Greku, what can he do? Clearly very irritated. Apocalypse is going for a lesson. All right, see you later, Apocalypse. Thanks for tuning in. This is going to put Greku on ultra tilt. He needs to remain calm and composed. There's nothing he can do. He played his hand perfectly. Yeah, he was going to get lucky there on the river 1 in 5 times. The way he played his ace-jack though, 4-betting pre, betting the flop. He's got the ace blocker for the nut flush. He also has a king that he can rep on the turn. I don't think he done much wrong. But you got to feel for Greku in that moment. Nadell all in for his last 6 big blinds. There's just so much money on the line in that hand. If you were to put that into a calculator, see exactly how much that would equate to in real money, that hand alone, it's mental. Balsar says the 4-bet pre is wrong. You can call it wrong, whatever you want to call it. I'm saying the way the hand played out, he played flop and turn correctly. He's betting an amount, Balsar, on the flop to jam on a good turn. He got a good turn to jam. So I don't think he can make it much less pre. I seen you saying he made his 4-bet way too big. Sure, if he makes it any smaller, he's getting called in position all day anyway, so I don't think so. Yes, Balthazar, I agree that he could make his sizings a little bit different, but whatever way he does it, he's jamming on the turn anyway. He could bet like 1 mil on the flop and save 1 pink chip to add into his shoving range on the turn. The aces played the hand to perfection. Just super unlucky. Aces aren't invisible or invincible, folks. He did have 18% equity coming to the river, so it's going to happen in about 1 in 5 times. That is poker. That's why we love and hate the game so much. No limit hold'em, tournament poker. It's a volatile sport. Yeah, BVHT saying there he bet 1.5 million into 6 million. Lads, we can argue about the sizing all we want, but the bottom line is he's betting the flop to jam on a good turn. He gets a good turn. The hand plays itself at that stage. And people saying, oh, it's bad to 4-bet pre and he could have made it smaller and all this. Like, if you're playing against Greku and he keeps 3-betting you, you've got to take a stand at some point. Someone made a comment there, bravery paying off. I actually think that's a pretty good point. Obviously, it's disgusting for Greku. But it's that man there now, playing the guts of 80 big blinds, 20 million in chips. Balsar says, loving the coverage and you interacting with us at the chat. Thank you for your comment, Balsar. I like when the chat is hopping. I mean, sometimes I can't be interactive with it all the time. If we all thought the same, it'd be a very boring game. Vladimir staying active on the button here with Queen 8 offsuit, raising to 550. Florin in the small blind. Looks like he is going to 3-bet with the King 7 of diamonds. There's definitely an eeriness at this FT right now. One guy celebrating profusely, and Greku, not a happy panda down the other end of the table. Vladimir racing to 550. Florin with the ladies. King A4 is the flop. Vladimir betting 600k. Florin not liking that overcard to his queens, but not going to be going anywhere just yet. Bing bang boom. Just like that, ace of clubs hits the turn. 3 million in this pot. And now Vladimir going to keep building the pot. Hopefully he gets called by a hand like the one Florin has, or a king. Goes for a very small sizing. River is the 4 of spades. Vladimir happy to take that one down. Hazy Hazard says he calls a turn ace king on the board with queen queen. River comes another 4 and he folds to a bet. Why you call the turn when you fold the river when a blank shows up? Well, the reason is because he's bet a third time, hoping to get to showdown. Maybe he bets the flop and the turn and gives up on the river. I do agree with you though. Actually, I don't know if I agree, because he has to call that small bet on the turn. He's hoping that when he calls such a small bet on the turn that his opponent's going to shut down on the river. So there's your answer, really. Bird says, waiting for the lady, most of the time useless, not even in poker. Nadell all in from the button for 6 big blinds total, and Oz in the big blind with pocket 4s. This is a 6 spot for the pocket 4s. It's 5 big blinds more. You've already got 2 bigs invested. The problem is it's for nearly half of your stack. I think I probably flick it in here. Problem is you're against one of the tightest players at the table. He does flick it in. We have an all in and call. And Nadell, 38% equity. Oz, 62% with his pocket 4s against the ace 3. And the flop is queen 10 deuce. Turn is an ace. That ace loves popping off, I tell you. Ace of diamonds on the turn, and now Nadell's set to double up, and he does do just that. Oz will be crippled now down to 6 big blinds. Nadell will now double up to 13. We will have one more hand before the break. What an interesting frame it's been. Loads of fun hands. Lots of action. Hope you're enjoying the show, folks. The chat's been pretty decent at the Action Army on Twitch so far. Vladimir with the min raise. Ten-9 of clubs. Eight, 7 deuce is the flop. Goes check, check. Vladimir not going to bother. C-betting. Going for a delayed C-bet, it looks like. De Paquier asking who is covering the commentary. It is Action Man Dan in the house. Welcome. We're just about to go on a break for 15 minutes. Vladimir checking again. I think he should be betting on the turn. And what's going on here? He's raising. What a weird way to play his hand. This guy is a real strange cat. Tapakie says, hey Dan, should have guessed in a room so low volume, misses asleep, haha. No problem, buddy. This doesn't make sense to me, the way he's played it, but the way he's played it also looks like he might have hit a flush. Daddy might sniff this one out. He is talking to him. And Daddy is going to sniff it out, pay him off, and is now playing 96 big blinds as we go on a 15-minute break. Stay tuned, folks. I predict chips are going to be flying everywhere. This FT has the makings of greatness. We'll be right back.
Can't seem to find my identity. All for love, but I plead insanity. Circles around my heart on repeat. All this for the sake of loving you. Welcome to this place. It's a table for two.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asked, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
Well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand!
jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, 2 flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. One card from elimination.
Use that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Klezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this featured table.
You just get water. Okay. You just get water to drink.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Okay. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Really
water, please? Thank you.
fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klez is now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realise, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. So he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace-jack.
Oh, if we're going to bet turn to then snap fold a self-inflicted wound. Of Keating, he's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, you know, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 9s, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65K. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Good shot, straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now 7's full. Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
you see the disbelief on Keating's face, who, to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
One is all in. Wall, showdown.
And it is all in and call on 10-7 deuce. Oz with pocket queens. Florin with ace king. Turn is the jack of spades. River is the 4 of diamonds. Won't hurt Oz too much. Sorry, he's doubling up to 14 bigs. It won't hurt Florin too much. So we're back, we're live. Second hand back here. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is 150k. Big blind is 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. 150, 300, 300. As Bird says, nice clash in the meantime. So if you're just tuning in, once again, it's the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Daddy raising with the ace king of hearts, taking it down. This guy is going to be hard to beat. All momentum and confidence shifting in his direction after hitting that river against Greku and calling that bluff just before the break. Greku now playing sub 20 bigs. Goes for the min raise, takes it down. Daddy raises to 625. Expect to see Daddy be very active. I know he's got ace 10 here, but he can really put the foot on the gas. He is massively in pole position now. Nadell all in for his last 2 mil. Daddy going to be forced to call. Doesn't like it, but he's priced in for 1.4 million more. Can't see the flop. It's queen high, queen 8-4. Nadell set the double up yet again. Turn is the 9 of diamonds, and now Daddy does have a straight draw. River is the 5 of hearts. He gets knocked down, but he gets up again. You're never going to defeat Nadell, it looks like. I think that's the 3rd time we've seen him double up. Not this FT. Daddy gets in the walk. Zoom player says Queen 9 suit, his favourite cards, never folding a pre-flop. Well, you see, just too many players. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, I love a 10-8 suited, or a Jack Queen suited, or a 9-10 suited. But sometimes you've got to throw that away at the FT when there's massive ICM considerations. You can't be like, oh, I'm married to my favourite hand, I have to play it. But I understand what you're saying. Greku, King, Jack of diamonds, 22 bigs. Expect to see him opening this one. Daddy on the button, ace-7 off suit. $6.25 to go. Vladimir has a very good rejamming hand here with 21 bigs from the small blind facing a button open from the chip leader. It just depends whether he wants to take this spot or not. Couple of shorties still at the table, so he decides against it. Well, bigs for Florin in the small blind with 9-7 at diamonds. Does move all in. Whoa! Greku with the Jeffries. This could be the resurgence of Greku. Florin just 21% equity. Unlucky to run into it. It ain't over yet. But Greku 4-1 favourite to eliminate Florin Bilan in 7th place. Four, 4-3. Turn is the jack. Gives the house. Good game, Florin. Unlucky in the end, sir. You will take home €26,400 for your efforts. That means all remaining 6 players, we're 6-handed now, guaranteed a minimum of €37,500. So 6 players remaining now. Pamu in the house. What's up, buddy? Says his favorite hand is aces. Says ace of hearts, ace of spades, and he says ace of clubs, ace of diamonds is a snap fold, obviously. Yeah, indeed. So the average stack is just over 10 million, so still the guts of 35 bigs. Still a lot of play in this one with 75-minute levels. Nice payday secured by all players. All chasing Daddy, of course, who's playing 24.2 million, which is good for 80 big blinds. Pamu asking, he's looking forward to Rosvedov. Anyone else here playing the Dutch Classics next week? I won't be, but I will be commentating on it. Next weekend we have the ZTO Grand Prix, 600k guaranteed in that one, and then the following weekend after we've got the Dutch Classics with 400k guarantee. That will be rounding out our first month here at the King's Resort in Rosvedov for 2024. Then we've got a big one, a huge one. It was nearly over 5,000 runners last year. I believe it could even be more. The Italian poker sport, 1 million guaranteed, will be played the first weekend, well, the first week of February. So non-stop action taking place as you would expect. Hijack for Vladimir, King 9 suited. That's a big fold. I would prefer him to open that one. Big blind wants a walk. Toker might as well give him one here with the 3-deuce suited. And Oz not even going to look. Oh, he had a big hand. King Jack suited. Nice to see 300 of you tuning in on Twitch at the moment and loads more on YouTube. Wow, we're over 1,000 viewers between YouTube and Twitch. Greku with the min from the hijack, and Toker with a big hand on the button here. Ace King off suit. That is the face of a man who ain't messing around. He wants his chips back. He already got some of them. He's up over 10 million once more. Lets the sevens go. Zoom player says he's looking forward to the Italian sport poker. Bird says, I hope you all know this is a rule in the stream. Whoever will be on the TV table of Kings must use his Twitch username and wear a t-shirt with Twitch Chat Pro on it. Pamu says he will buy the shirt first. Vladimir going for a bet here with 900k in the pot with trips. That 8 of hearts is not a great card. Completes flushes, completes straights. Vladimir happy just to take down a pot. Daddy raises on the button with ace queen off suit to 625. Vladimir is just going to call. And Greku with the Jeffries with 31 bigs. Does he want to just shove all in here and take it down pre, or is he looking to squeeze it up? With ICM considerations, I like a straight up power jam here. Wait, Pamu, did you say power jam as well? Wow. We're in sync, brother. That's mad. I just said power jam, looked over, you said power jam. Greku looks like he might be 3-bet calling it off. Where I think 30 bigs and below, we just want to ram a jam. But let's see what Daddy wants to do here. With a hand as strong as ace queen, he may want to 4-bet rip this, especially against a scallywag like Greku, who is very capable of 3-bet folding here. Asking him how much he has behind. Greku says around 7 mil. And here is the problem. Vladimir will get out of the way. But now Greku is out of position with jacks. But it is 9-6-3. Stack to pot ratio not too far from being 1-to-1. Greku decides to just straight up rip. And Daddy will straight up fold. Daddy raising to 625 with 6-4 of hearts from the cutoff. Greku with ace-3 of clubs in the small blind. Decides to let it go. And safe to say, Greku has rebounded nicely after losing that 20 million chip pot to Daddy before the break. Oz and Nadell tied for last place with 12 bigs each. Then Vladimir with 20. Greku with 43. Toker with 49. And way out in front is Daddy with 72 big blinds. Over a third of all the chips in play. Shay Rock asks, where is this? This is the King's Resort, live from Rozvadov. We're on a 30-minute delay. Oz getting it through there with the Jack 10 suited from under the gun. I'll actually try to stop saying under the gun now because we're six-handed, so he's close to late position. Just 5 people to get through when we open from under the gun now. Since we've had 3 eliminations at this FT, well 2 today, 1 last night. The unofficial final table was 9. They are playing for €200,000 and the ring for the winner. The one ring to rule them all. Zoom player asks, 10k World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Can players change to team money if they don't want to wait till October? No, you cannot do that. Not for your first buy-in anyway. Or your first ticket, whatever way you want to put it. Greku with Jeffries once again. This is the 3rd time in rapid succession. And Nadell with 11 bigs at the cutoff. He might decide to rejam this one, although it's not really his style. He is just going to call. Toker is going to call on the button with 6s. Now Oz in the small blind with ace-8 suited. Decides to get out of the way. And Daddy in for a penny, in for a pounding. 300k more to see a flop with already 2.5 million out there. Got to flick it in. Getting nearly 8-1 on his money. He is getting over 8-1 on his money. Well, 4-way action to the flop. 9-8 deuce. Greku going to bet 1.3 million. And it looks like this could be the end of that. Toker facing 2 overcards and Daddy not connecting at all with this flop. So Greku suddenly back to 50 big blinds. The dude is a gangster warrior. Not too bad, considering he lost a 20 million pot. Back to 15. It could be worse. Oh my good God. My word. Greku with 2 red kings. Toker with 2 black barries. The aces. Unless Toker decides to slow play this, which I don't think he will. It's not really his style. This is mental. Greku has done so well to rebound to this point. This FT has had it all so far, folks. Let's see what happens here. Does Greku want to go post-flop out of position, or will he try to get it all in pre? All vote now. Dems look like raisin chips. A lot of pink in hand. And they make it something around 4 million. $4.2 million, something around that area. $4.2 is the bet. The 4 bet. And now Toker is gonna Hollywood for a moment. Does he just want to call pre? Or is he going to just shove it all in? It's more of his style to just get it all in, but let's see what happens. Oh, dearie me, that looks like a dead giveaway. $5 bet to 9.6 million. Greku absolutely hates his life right now, talking to his opponent. And you can call me crazy, but I wouldn't be shocked to see Greku fold here. Toker just looking so strong with his actions. But Greku has lost a 20 million chip pot with aces already, so he mightn't be in any mood to fold kings. He is a world-class player, but he can't get away from kings on this occasion. Perhaps on a different day, Greku could have found a fold, but the guy's a very aggro player. It's very, very, very difficult to fold kings pre. Just the way that played out. He didn't even want to get it in. But here we go. 27.7 million chip pot. 983 is the flop. Greku needing a king at kings. One of the two remaining black kings in the deck. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. River is the 10 of hearts. Toker now playing the guts of 100 bigs. 92 bigs. Greku can't believe it. Nothing he can do. He's like, this is hardly happening again. What a story to tell at the bar later. He still has some change, of course. 5 bigs or something. Loses with aces. Now loses with kings into aces. And he still has some chips remaining. Got a feel for Greku here. It really felt like he wanted to fold those kings. He played those aces earlier to perfection. There's not much more he can do. He's done so well to battle it back to 50 bigs. Couple of comments in the chat. Jimmy the Gent says the guy looks like Chunk Nadell. We had a comment earlier yesterday that he looked like one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Pamu said because of the live tells a fold is possible. I actually second that motion, but in game, sitting there, very difficult. Especially when you've had the deck run over you earlier already. Memes of Death says he hates when people smash the table like that after winning. Well, I know what you're saying, but some people just have to show their reaction. We're all human. And Sargeman thinks with all that short stack it's an ICM punt. I don't think it's ever an ICM punt now with Kings pre-flop, but I understand what you're saying and I understand where you're coming from. The glasses have come off. Greku is pissed off. I don't blame him. Sargeman says nobody 4-bet clicking on an FT with anything other than aces. Maybe not a kings. I have rarely seen it. I see what you're saying. Vladimir shoving on Nadell. Nadell with ace queen suited. It's crazy because this is actually very close. Nadell looking for the pay jump, and that will look like an absurdly tight fold, but with Greku very likely to bust in the next few hands, Nadell making a very good pass there. Baltzar saying it was a 5-bet. Yeah, it was a 5-bet eventually, yeah. I don't know. There was chips flying everywhere. 5-bet, not a 4-bet. Yeah, better to put it that way. But what Sarsman was trying to say, it was the 5-bet over the 4-bet. Pamu says that's a 12.5 grand ace queen suited fold. Yeah, sometimes making the right decision means that you won't win the tournament. It's just the way it is. Nadell shoving from the small blind with the ace-10. Toker stacking his newfound gold will pass the 7-3 suited. Greku in the cut-off with 3 bigs, Jack-9 offsuit. In she goes and up she flew. No, decides to fold. I would have thought he would put that in, considering these 2 cards that are connected. Surprised to see him fold the Jack-9 with 3 bigs, but his head is obviously gone. Pamu saying ace-4 off could make a nice raise. The blinds should fold 99% of the range with a 3 big blind stack in play. Yeah, but they're going to be playing cautiously here and let Greku fade away into the night. There's no point in really risking chips. And then Greku decides to get it all in with 4-3 offsuit. Vladimir with the Jack 10, 1.6 million in the pot. 32% of the time Greku will double up, however, 2 over 5 bigs. Vladimir 68% of the time will eliminate Greku in 6th place. That's about as definitive as it could be. 93% now for Vladimir. Put a spade out there for a chop, otherwise we will lose a player. River is the king of hearts. Greku has been eliminated. What a roller coaster of a day for that man. I'll be straight to the bar for 3 beers and a large glass of apple juice. The strong sort of apple juice. And then everyone can ask you for the entire day /night. What happened, you man? You had so much chips. And you can tell everyone for the next 12 hours how unlucky you are. 12 glasses of apple juice later, you mightn't have the same enthusiasm behind explaining the situation. Who knows? Nice score for the man nonetheless. Love commentating on Greku anytime he's at a final table or the feature table even. I'm sure we will see him again very soon. He will take home €37,500 for his efforts. That means, folks, every player remaining now guaranteed 50 G's, baby. Really nice payday. And now, a bit of applause there for Nadell. He has survived another pay jump. It's unbelievable, this man. He is in last place with, once again, 6 big blinds. Oz in second place, then with 14. Vladimir with 24. And then the 2 big dogs at the table. Daddy, 74 bigs, has been overtaken by Toker with 90 big blinds in first place. Oz raising to 625. Now Toker wants to jam on him here with pocket 10s. And is that a fold from Oz? Okay. He's folded. I thought he called, he snapped and turned his hand over, but no, he folded his ace jack. And Oz showing Toker that he's willing to fold a hand as strong as ace jack here. Means Toker could, if he wanted to, start rejamming later. Nadell is all in with ace-6 for his last 5 bigs. It's basically a coin flip. Toker with the queen, jack of clubs. Ten, 6, 3 is the flop. 1 club. Nadell ahead so far to double up. Turn seals the deal. No, not quite. Bar a king on the river. Here's the 4 diamonds. Nadell has doubled up for the 4th, maybe even 5th time at this FT. He's now playing 12 big blinds. Jimmy the Gent asking, is that a dead button? Do you know what, man? I couldn't even tell you. I don't think so. No, it's no dead button. Daddy min raising from the small blind. I don't like this sizing from the small. You want to make it a bit bigger, make it more difficult for the big blind to defend. When we make it 300k more, it's just so easy for Vladimir to realize his equity by flicking in a big blind. It is 6-3-3. $550 is the bet. Vladimir wants to be calling here. Yeah, the small blind wants to be making it like, honestly, a million. A million is a good sizing, just over 3x, even 3.5x. I don't understand why Vladimir wouldn't see a turn card there. He rates to have the best hand the majority of the time. He's got a backdoor heart draw, backdoor straight draw, and he can be just ahead with ace high. Now it's Nadell and Oz fighting it out at the bottom. Vladimir, the piggy in the middle. Very much so, the piggy in the middle. And then The two top daddies, Toker and Daddy himself there, playing 87 bigs and 78 bigs. Toker now 42% of all the chips in play. This could get very scrappy. Got to remember, these players, a lot of them haven't played for this kind of money before, and even if they had, it's still a massive moment in their career. $13.5 pay jump is the difference between 5th and 4th. The pay jumps get way bigger from there on out. Oz all in with ace queen off suit, and Vladimir deciding what to do here with king queen on the button. I think we will see him just fold this one. They are five-handed. Sun says, if it was me on the small blind, I open jam in this situation. You can rip the 20 bigs if you want, yeah, but I like to give the option of the big blind to rejam and call with lesser hands. But sub 15, probably just rip it. Getting around that 20 big blind zone, I'm comfortable going post flop, even if I'm out of position. Also, if they rejam, I'm definitely not folding a hand as strong as ace jack. So in a way, I feel like it's a trap situation. And Toker raised the 750 here with 7-5 of diamonds. I would way prefer to just jam this hand, considering Oz only has 10 or 11 bigs to start the hand. Both players with a piece of it now. Oz with top pair. These two very friendly with each other, talking away. Toker might read this for strength and get away from it. I'm not sure. Nearly 2 million more from him to call. Oz will have stuff like flush draws. I don't think he has a worse 7. So, it'll be a gamble for Toker. But on the other side of that, if Oz has the queen, he should probably just call on the flop. So Toker might just think his opponent has a draw in the form of a flush draw. It's dry-ish board. Dry-ish flop, even. See what Toker does here. Does get away from it. Good pass. Han Solo in the house says, hi all, hope you're all having a good day. Having a good day, buddy. You're missing a lot of action so far, but we're only on hand 100. Lots more action to come. Toker raising to 750. 2.5x. Daddy gonna call in the big blind with King Queen. Floyd on the moon is in the house. Hello, Floyd. Jimmy the Gent said 7-5 should definitely fold there. Yeah, he did. He should be just jamming anyway because it's suited and connected. Toker betting 800k. Turn going check, check, and the river is the Jack of Diamonds. Ace King winning another one. Another one going in Toker's direction. Toker and Daddy really separating themselves from the rest of the field for a little while now. Very, very evenly matched in chips. Blinds are up. Small blind is now 200k. Big blind is now 400k. With a 400k running big blind ante, that's 200, 400, 400. lot of friendliness going on at this table. Again, I'm not liking Daddy's decision to do this with the 9 deuce. He should be going ham on the blinds here, especially when one player is so short. So that might answer your question there, son. I don't think it's a new thing, no. Like I said, you expect the unexpected at Kings. Look, if he's getting him to fold from min-raising, then there's no point in him jamming or 3xing or 3.5xing, because he's achieving the same result by risking a lot less chips. He's got them where he wants them because no one wants to bust before Nadell, which has been the story of this FT. Obviously not the full story with everything that happened Greku, but Nadell has had a big part to play in all of this. He once again finds himself sub 6 bigs. Alan F. Poker is raiding with a party of 60. Nice one, Alan. Hope you're well, buddy. Thank you for the viewers. We've got mad amount of viewers tuning in on YouTube as well. Great to see so much support coming in for the King's Resort live from Rozhadov. Partnered with the World Series of Poker Main Circuit Event. What a tournament this has been. €1,100 buy-in. So much money up top. It's been a very fun one to commentate on. Oz raising to 850 under the gun with Queens. He's got 10 bigs behind. Poker getting the job done with the pocket nines. It's getting very squirrely out there now with the bottom 3 in chips. Oh, it's giving a walk. Nadell under the gun, 5 bigs, ace-3 off. He's going for it. This is over 5 bigs. I don't think Vladimir can call this one. And Nadell is going to have a similar stack to Vladimir now once he gets this through. I'm not sure what he's thinking about here. I think he's just trying to figure out exactly how much chips he has. I don't see him flicking in 1.7 million more with 9-6 offsuit anytime soon. Yeah, he definitely is trying to get some info on tells. He wants to know, let Nadell know that he's not just going to fold willy-nilly for 5 bigs total in the big blind. I think that's what's going on. And I will defend him a little bit further with the 9-6 offsuit there. He has not taken much time in the big at all. We have actually had a very fast final table in terms of people not taking too long with their decisions. So he is entitled to do that once in a while. If he's doing that every time in the big blind, I'd be asking for a time bank myself. But commentating and watching every hand, he has not taken too much time with his decisions, so we give him the benefit of doubt on this occasion, crew. Well, something's got to give soon because they're all swapping around big blinds and antes. The 2 big stacks can do what they want here. They could just wait and watch the boys destroy each other. Toker seems very patient and content. And Daddy also, although he seems to be the one that will apply more pressure than Toker. Janet is in the house, says hello everybody. Floyd on the moon says this has been a tough table. I'm impressed with what they've done with these hands. Oh dear. Here we go. Vladimir shoving pair on the button. Toker has ran so good at this FT. He's picked his spots, but the cards have fallen in his favor. He did ask how much, but I think that was just instinct. I don't think he really meant to do that. Again, giving him the benefit of the doubt. He's got aces, and that is a set for Toker, but Vladimir does have a flush draw. Is there another twist in this tale? Turn is the 9 of clubs. Is there a hat on this river? There is not. It's the 6 of spades. Toker has eliminated Vladimir. Vladimir, unlucky sir, good game. You take home €50,000 for your efforts and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event that's taking place later on this year. So Toker way out in front now, even above Daddy. And let's have a moment here for Nadell. He has just got another pay jump. Four players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €63,500. Daddy with ace 5 raises to 900k. Oz wants to be shoving this one on the button, but decides to go for a min raise instead. They're still relatively deep stack, guys, even though top two have nearly all the chips in play. Boyd says he was on the edge of his seat. Memes of Dead has an interesting question. He said, would it be crazy to open 5-5 to like 3.5x, call the 5 big blind stack and fold to the chip leader's jam? Guy looking pretty straightforward. You know what? It's a good point. I don't know the answer. Like, yeah, you can do that, but you put in half your stack then with a pair. But I guess you're not getting exploited. So maybe that's a really good point. Memes of Death. It's not something I would have thought of doing in game or commentating, if you want to call that in game. But from the outside looking in, that actually might be a really good play because you're not going to get exploited. So you'd have 5 bigs left, which seems to be plenty for Nadell to propel him all the way into 4th place. Cracker says he busted Daddy in a flight on Friday. Crazy he got so far. Daddy is 69 bigs now. Toker with 73. These guys going tit for tat. Nadell all in for 1.1 million. Toker will call. And Oz is going to call for 700k more. Check, check goes the flop. Turn is a king of clubs. It's going to go check, check as well. River is the 9 of spades. And Nadell is going to triple up. Nadell is back to 9 big blinds. Now Nadell with 9 bigs. Oz now finds himself with 6 bigs, and the other two are basically tied at the top. Between them, they have 90% of all the chips in play. Toker is going to min raise. Daddy is going to call in the small blind. These two don't really want to tangle. Giordano says they're sitting on stacks on stacks. Baltazar says to the point, you feel like it's almost collusion. It's definitely not collusion. They're playing for a lot of money. There's no big pro left. They won't have been in this moment before. When you're sitting there, the adrenaline's pumping. You've just got chirpy chips. You've, after coming this far, after getting through an entry field size of 1,247, you've only got a few players standing between you. 200,000 euro and that ring. It's a lot to handle. So people just want to be friendly with each other. And in that spot where the particular hand you're talking about, Kraka saying he think he just wanted to maximise the chance of busting Nadell by letting Oz into the pot, but I'm not sure that's very good for him considering he's got so much and can put pressure on others. I think it's totally fine for what he done there to just call in the small and allow the big blind to come into the pot as well. And then you've got two chances of knocking out the player that is Nadell, not just one. It didn't work out this time, however. They tripled him up, but that was their intention. Their intention was to not collude in any shape or form. It's totally acceptable for both of them to try come together to try eliminate a player. The standard play is not to shove with any hand because you want to bring in the big blind so then you have double the chance of knocking out the original shover. Daddy min raising with the jack 4 off. Toker not even going to call with the jack 9 offsuit. I don't really understand that. Like I said, they're just a bit distracted. They need to remain composed and calm. Otherwise they'll start making mistakes. You know, it's easy to have stars in your eyes there when you're playing for 200 grand. You've already locked up over 50 and you've all the chips in front of you, but you know, championship rounds, it ain't over till it's over. Anything can happen in no limit hold'em tournaments. They're very volatile, as you all know. 63,500 euro locked up and a 10k ticket. It's hard to not want to start drinking or call your wife, whatever the case may be. But the game ain't over yet. You gotta just stay super focused. Nadell all in on the button with pocket nines. And Oz with an ace in the big. I don't think he can fold this one. He's only got 3 bigs behind. Does stack off. And Nadell, 69% equity to get another page up. Eliminate a player and go 3-handed. Here we go. 4.5 million in the pot. King 10, 8. 2 clubs. Oz needing an ace or some running clubs or something to that effect. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. Now has 7 outs as we hit the river. It is a jack. I don't believe it. This game is crazy. What a final table this has been. Nadell now down to 2 big blinds. Oz now back to 11 big blinds. And the world keeps on spinning. Ace king of diamonds for Nadell. Oh my God, Daddy calls for 325 and Nadell could be set to double up to 2 million. He'll have close to 6 big blinds once more. Maybe Zoom player says he is a cat or Super Mario. Maybe he's the cat from Super Mario. Queen Jack 8 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Nadell 3-1 favourite. Turn is a club. What's the river going to be? River is the 3 of hearts. Nadell, sit back down, buddy. Well, he hadn't stood up, but now he's playing close to 6 big blinds once again. How much fun is this? It ain't over till it's over. Nadell will not be defeated. Daddy shoving from the small, Nadell folding from the big. Daddy with the kings. Nadell is all in with King 8. Oz calling with King 6. Ace 5-4 is the flop. Nadell set to double up. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. He's now 89% equity as we hit the river. River is the 3 of clubs. These boys are now playing almost identical stacks once again. 7 bigs for Oz, 6 bigs for Nadell. Il Shiz says this is crazy. Balthazar says he's rooting for the cat. Wait until he starts taking on the big boys with their 70 bigs. That's when it could get real dangerous around here. And he gets another one through. Oz is all in. Ace-5. Nadell won't be calling with 7-6 off suit. Toker getting a walk to follow in hand. Nice flop here for Daddy. I don't really like to defend here from Oz. I think he just needs to be rejamming that one. He might honestly still have fold equity. Now, he's just put in his chips here. Forced to fold. I know there's another guy who has almost same stack size as him, but at some point, guys, you got to take a stand. I reckon you might have even got Daddy to fold 6-4 suited there. So I think that's a huge error from the big blind. Oz shoving for 6 bigs, and Daddy should just be folding. 8-5 suited to keep the dynamic going, but decides he wants to gamble. And he's not doing too bad, you know. 44% equity here with 8-5 suited against 56% equity with the King-9 offsuit. 5.4 million in this pot. King in the window. Oz basically sealing the deal. And now we'll be playing nearly 14 bigs, going back to sit down. Toker with aces, min raising. Daddy's getting a bit frisky here now with the 7-3 of diamonds. Nadell coming along for the ride with 8-6 suited. 3-way action to the flop. 2.8 million in the pot. Ten 3 deuce is the flop. Bet of 1.6 million and a call. Really interesting turn card here, giving Daddy a flush draw now. Also 6 million in the pot. I would like to see Toker not go too small here. About 2.5 mil, 3 mil. Goes for 2.5. Daddy is going to call again. And this pot now, guys, 11 million as we hit the river. I don't believe it. 2 pair for Daddy. And if Toker's betting this river, definitely doesn't want to be betting much less. I would think 6 million. Something around that area. Bets 6 million. Gets called. And that's a big swing in chips. 87 bigs now for Daddy. Toker back down to 50. Can't believe his luck. Sticky says he knew it before. Flamingo says good evening. Just in time, Flamingo. Come on in. The water is lovely. Not too many, not too much shark-infested waters here this evening. As Floyd says, remember, boys and girls, a pair of aces is still just a pair. Yeah, I mean, that's happened a few times today. Real Rusty says you can lose with aces as well. They are far from invincible. Oz going for the min raise. Daddy seems like he wants to start playing hands. He's been very quiet for a level or two. Okay, here we go. Nadell finding pocket tens. Balthazar, I know exactly what you're saying there. Could be footage from 2007, except the quality is in 4K. It's a dead giveaway. Queen, Jack, Deuce is the flop, and this could be curtains for Nadell. No way! He finds the 10 of clubs on the river. Triples up to 13 big blinds. Oz now playing 9 bigs. Wow. This final table has had it all. Nadell 3xing. Oh God, this has spiraled out of control here for Nadell. Perhaps he could have raised folded, but if he's going to raise call, why not just shove himself? I don't really understand it. Maybe in case Toker had a big hand or something like that, but anyway. Irregardless, 7.6 million in the pot. Ace Jack against Ace 5. Nadell needing a lot of help, and that's not a good flop for him. Turn seals the deal. Oz now playing 19 bigs. Nadell going to be playing 4 big blinds going forward, and we are going on a break. Much needed break, I feel. 14 minutes and 42 seconds. We'll be right back. You don't want to miss what's going to happen next. Still four-handed, playing for €200,000. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Back in a few moments.
especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks,
So forgiving.
can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy is just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but
Yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack V +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
But one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with Ace Queen. Only King, Jack, Heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something damp enough surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of Hearts, Jack of Hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290. The fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio, obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the Ace Jack Ace King of Hearts sort of kit.
To take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing, I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set on the 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table run? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace? On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck. Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace-queen in the spot as played.
Of Keating, he's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, you know, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 nines, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65K. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Gut shot straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now 7's full. Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
See the disbelief on Keating's face, who to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time.
no need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings...
Just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been the more apropos, but I know...
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but ace, for the time being, that which would be required for set continuation, unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Wow, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello?
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
All right, folks, we're back. Don't mind the field graphic in the top right-hand corner of your screen or the average stack. We'll keep you posted. We won't have that back up online for about 30 minutes or so. Interesting run out here. Oz with the straight. Bets a mill. And tough call here for Daddy. Paired board. Straight comes in on the river. Flush came in on the turn. We also have a very bad kicker. Well, he decides he wants to pay him off. And suddenly Oz is over 10 mil, which is actually loads considering how long he's been short stacked for. But never fear, Nadell is still here. He's got his work cut out for him once again, but I don't know with this guy. He's locked up 63,500 with his style. Granted, the deck has been in his favor in the all-in confrontations, to put it lightly. Daddy decides to limp call with 4 deuce off suit. And Nadell set to have 8 big blinds. Should he hold, which he will, 76% of the time. Don't mind the blinds down the end either. We know that it's 2 and 4. Jack 8-5 is the flop. Turn is the 9 of clubs. River is the 5 of clubs, and Nadell will double up to 8 big blinds. So the world keeps on spinning. He now has a workable 8 bigs. It's chunks for Nadell. A bet of 700k and a call. Turn is the 6 of spades. Daddy betting 1.3 million on the turn. Toker lets it go. Toker with the ace-5. 44 bigs. Will min. Toker bets 1.1 million. Daddy calls. Put coup, the kid says Daddy gonna be third with this luck. Yeah. They're just so deep, like loads of things can happen. You can't have it all your own way. And Nadell, lo and behold, finds himself in a situation where he is set to double up and some to 5.8 million. Guys, I've been commentating a long time now. This is my second year. It's past 18 months now, and I don't know if I've seen a guy double up this many times. It's incredible. He's going to have close to 15 bigs unless he's unfortunate on this river. River is the 8 of diamonds. Nadell. Nadell, Nadell, Nadell. Il Shiz says, I got nothing else to say. I think your name says it all, buddy. Nice to see the chat is back. We call him the Bobcat. The Bobcat that had more than 9 lives. I think that could honestly be 6, 7 all-ins that has gone his way, including 2 treble ups, and then he keeps missing the shove spots. Blinds keep hitting him. It's remarkable at this point. Now 14 bigs in the small. He's going to fold King 7 off. What is going on? Sometimes I just don't know what to say. You've got a king in the small blind, 14 bigs, and you're not even going to consider completing. And then lo and behold, the big blind has King Jack. I might have to just go and stick my head back out the freezing cold window. Nadell will shove from the button. Oh, Daddy. Has Barak all in and call. Oz 26% equity with his ace-9 off suit against Daddy with the ace-king. 13.4 million in this pot. Ace-6 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 3 of hearts. River is the queen of clubs. Really great run for Barak Oz. He will take home €63,500 for his efforts. Daddy wins a sizable pot there. He's got a lot of pink chips now, that's for sure. And let's have a moment here for Nadell. Bird said he was away for a bit. Nadell had one big blind left, and now how did that go? You'll have to watch it in the replay, but I believe he's had about 7 all-ins work in his favour, 2 or 3 of them being triple ups. He missed a lot of shove spots, as I already said, and blinds and antes hit him loads. He was hovering around 6 bigs for what seemed like an eternity. He has passed the 10 big blind mark. He has found himself get pay jump after pay jump and is now 3-handed. He has found a podium spot going against these other 2 big stacks. Anything can happen. Fair play to the man. Good luck all in. Gents, may the best man win. If you want to touch gloves, do so now. Nadell, who has 2k in cashes on his Hendon mob, has secured an 84 grand payday. Yes, that's right, €84,000 and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place later on this year. So whatever happens to that man now, he should be very proud. Toker going to win this one with the higher flush. Daddy still has about 20 bigs more. Now, Toker with 60, Daddy with 80. That's 140 bigs between the 2 of those. The rest of the chips in play belonging to the Bobcat, hovering somewhere around the 10 big blind zone. It would be disastrous for the 2 big stacks to get in a big altercation, whilst Nadell is still hanging around. There is a very big pay jump between third and second. The difference is between €84,000 and €120,000. €36,000. A solid year's wages there, the difference between third and second. So not much Toker can do here when Daddy has the chip lead. Expect to see him be very active. Both players want to keep pounding. ECW King asks, hi Dan in chat, how's the action? The action has been fast and furious. It really has been a wicked final table. There was some mad hands earlier with Greku losing the plot. Sorry, he didn't lose the plot. He lost a lot with aces to a 4 flush in a crazy hand, and then he lost a huge pot, 100 big blinds. I think he ran kings into aces and couldn't find a fold. the story of the day then, since Greku got knocked out, is Nadell, who just keeps doubling up when he has a short stack of like 6 bigs or below. But I keep mentioning this because new people keep tuning in, so you'll be astonished at the replay is all I'll say. And there is loads and loads of people tuning in on YouTube, and the guts of 400 people on, well, 350 here at the moment on the Twitch stream. So savage numbers for this, as you would expect. €1,100 buy-in, final table. You say 3 left, that went fast. It has gone fast, but it also, I don't know how to say this. It's kind of, we had a few bust outs. Took a while to get anyone busted out, and then it started to pick up pace, but then we didn't have any bust outs for a while. So we just had 2 in rapid succession. I think it's been a crazy action-packed day. Hand 142. Average stack is still 50 bigs. 3 players remaining for the title. And Nadell kind of the piggy in the middle now. And this is going all in and call. Nadell, 45% equity for his tournament life. 9.2 million in this pot. Daddy with the pocket pair. Nine in the window for Nadell. And this would be the most amount of chips he's had in a long time. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. And Daddy needs a 6 on the river, but it doesn't arrive. It's the queen of clubs. The Sun's calling them a look box, and ECW says it's a flip, chill out. Well, you see, it's been about, I think that could be 7th, 8th, maybe 9th all in. That's gone in his favour. Guys, if it's going to be his day, it's going to be his day. He's playing close to 10 million. One more big pot, and he is very much in contention with these other 2 players remaining. Nice flop here for Toker. Would like to see a raise, but he decides to just call. Turn is the queen of spades. River is the 9. Toker with the best hand. These two getting very close in chips. But it's not as... it doesn't matter as much as it did because Nadell is no longer short. He's playing over 20 big blinds. And we've seen how long he lasted with sub 10 big blinds, even sub 6 bigs. So he will hold on to those chips for dear life. Good evening, Johan the man. Daddy might pay him off here, you know. Nadell does get paid off. And Nadell suddenly gaining momentum, playing very close to 30 big blinds. Kings raising to a mil. Blinds have gone up a few hands ago. The graphics were back a few hands ago as well. 250 is the small blind, 500 is the big blind, and a half a mil running big blind ante. That's quarter of a mil, half mil, half mil. Nadell just calling from the small blind. That's Quadzilla in the house. Nadell now betting 1 million. Instead, it's the 9 of spades on the river, 5 million in the pot. Nadell is going to give it up, it looks like. I don't see any way Daddy it can get paid here. And he's going for largest sizing in relation to the pot, over 3 mil. That 9 of spades completing some straights, etc. Although if Nadell had a hand there, I believe we would see him continue on the river. So it's just a spot where you're basically never going to get paid. Daddy with the min raise with the Queen 9 of hearts. Toker with the call with the 6-7 off. 7-5 4-2 diamonds hits the flop. Looks like Daddy is going to raise. Very shocked to see in the previous hand there the snap fold, the King 9 suited, by the way. I didn't give that enough attention. Nearly 8 million in this pot as we see the turn. Turn is the ace of clubs. What does Daddy want to do here? Looks like he wants to continue barreling. If he wants to bet, he wants to bet about 4.5 million, something around that area. Goes for 3.7, yeah, something around that. Trying to think what ace-x would raise in position here and then bet the turn. I don't really like Daddy's raise on the flop, and yes, we're playing three-handed, but it's Toker's range that smacks. His perceived big blind defending range is going to smack this more than the button opening range. I know that kind of is decreased when we're playing button small and big, only remaining. It's just a tough sell right now. Raising the flop and now barreling the turn. This is a big, big pot for this tournament. River is the 4 of spades. 15 million in the pot. Toker checks. If Daddy's telling a story on the flop and the turn, I don't think checking the river is an option here, even though it has paired. And that's a big pot. Daddy's going to muck his hand, and Toker now taking the lead by about 12.2 million. 12 million or so. I just feel like there might be some bit of impatience going on. Maybe not from Nadell, but the other two, they have just been playing for so long now. There's an air of frustration out there. Perhaps I'm wrong. ECW says, why wouldn't he rep? He raised the flop and then his backdoor is busted turn. And then, he bets again. And the board pairs on the river. It's like, you only have queen high. Surely, we've got to continue. It's just a bad river, I suppose, that it does pair the board. But it was a bit of a confusing one. Daddy with the 2 pair. Gonna try to get value. It's not gonna work. Well, it's not gonna work. Nadell doesn't have a hand he can call it, I wouldn't think. Daddy with King Queen, Toker with the Ace Jack of Spades. Flop is 10, 9, 7. Expected to see it continue from the Ace Jack there. So here is the way things are looking. Toker 56 bigs, Daddy 53, and Nadell 16. Daddy raised to 1.2 million with Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind, and the Nadell 700k more for him to call. He is going to commit the chips with 7-5 offsuit. Nadell looking very tired, by the way. I mean, he has done for most of the FT, but obviously it's wearing on him. It's hard winning that many all-ins when you're that short stacked. Flop goes check, check. Turn is the 10 of clubs. 1.5 million is the bet from Daddy. I'm not sure what the drama is, ECW King. I could only hear some of it. What was the... Not sure what they were saying to each other. To be honest with you, Ace King 7 is the flop. 3 million in the pot. Toker checking it over to Daddy. Daddy is going to do a mandatory C-bet here. Boys are getting tilted. You can definitely feel that tension out there for sure, like I've said a couple of times today, but it's exhausting playing for this many hours, you know, this many days, this many all-ins, this amount of situations, this much money. ECW says because the Germans talked in German, the Israeli got mad. Well, you know, that's understandable. I believe it's universally English only at the table around Europe. Maybe not everywhere, but pretty sure that's the rules. Toker wins another one. Nadell with 12 bigs wants to be shoving. Oh my god, I don't believe this. I really have no words for that, guys. Ace 9 offsuit going in the muck, 3-handed, 12 bigs on the button. He must be like some form of superstitious player or something. I have no explanation for that in the slightest. Nadell calling 700k. Daddy should just be ripping these A7s, but Daddy betting 1.1 million and Nadell Wow, just lets it go. Catching second pair. Believe in Daddy. Daddy raising to... See, this is what I don't understand. He folds 12 bigs with ace-9 on the button. Now he's rejamming 9 bigs with ace-6 off suit. Yes, there is a crazy amount of money up top, or that they're playing for, the jumps, etc. But it just seems like he's playing in reverse. Poker raising blind v blind with the ace jack off suit. Daddy betting 1.2 million, gets Toker to fold. He needs to be using a bigger raise size into such a large stack. Daddy with the min raise. Toker with a monster in the big blind. Ace king off suit. What is he doing? He's just shoving 50 big blinds. This is overkill. Even if Nadell has such a small stack. 50 big blinds in your face. How do you like them apples? Queen Jack 5 is the flop here. Open ender for Toker. Pair and a flush draw for Daddy. Daddy going to bet 2.2 million. Toker might fold this one because he's got no diamond in his hand and he's got the arse end of the straight draw, but he is open-ended. That's a very nice turn card for Toker. Now, what does Daddy want to do? Does he want to rep this one? No, he's just going to check back his option. River is the deuce of spades. If I'm Toker, I'm actually just going to let Daddy do the betting for me. I'm going to check once more. Daddy should just be shoving on Nadell there. Just decides to go for 2.5x. Daddy going for a limp. Very unconventional. Haven't seen too much of that at this final table. Nadell takes it down. He's now playing 11 bigs once again. Daddy raises to 1.3 million with the Jack 8 of diamonds. Toker reaching for those pink chips. That looks like about 6 million. 7 even. That's enough to get the job done. Toker out of the way. Jacks for daddy. $10.94 is the flop. Nadell is doing the work for him. Guys, I don't know how Nadell Seleman is going to find his way out of this one. Daddy trapping the man. The Bobcat with 9 or 10 lives could be 1 foot out the door. 10 million in this pot. It's going to be hard for him to win this one. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Just 6 outs for Nadell. River is the 10 of diamonds. GG Nadell Seleman. What a run. Caused so much commotion in the Action Army on Twitch today. But it was a lot of fun to commentate on. And what a score for you, considering you only had 2k cashes on your hand and mob. That is incredible. What a victory. So many pay jumps. 84,000 euro is his, and a 10k ticket. Close to 100 grand the man has got. So say what you want about the way he played. What a tremendous, tremendous result. We're going to go on a 5-minute break, literally 5 minutes, and we'll be back for the heads-up battle. Both of these players have had big stacks most of the way through this final table. Both worthy champions, warriors at this stage. 73 bigs, will play 52. When we come back, you don't want to miss this. Which one of these players will become your World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event champion? Find out right after the break.
Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this
does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along.
What do you smoke?
No, these vapes.
Slyšíš baru, přinese různý ty cigárky sem vybrat. Různý.
So Ivan opening it up once again. There's an 800 straddle in play now. It's actually Dorf that opened it for 2100 from the hijack with the ace queen. Gets Ivan from the cutoff with 10-8. You'll viral in the hand from the button with his deuces, and now Malika is likely to do something a little bit different than just calling with her cowboys from the big blind. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along. But I think we're likely... That looks like a call right there. Indeed it is. Let's see if Dorf is just going to ship his stack in. I mean, he's not that big at this point. There's a lot of dead money in the pot.
I want to get back my chips from Melika.
Indeed, that's what he's doing. Taking the risk, folks. Showing a lot of heart here.
Perfect gambler.
And Malika, is she just going to get her stack in? She indeed is. And Leon has a decision.
Look, if Leon comes in, then it's perfect.
He's thinking about it, which is a good first sign.
I'm so much behind. It's over?
I think he can fold this for this amount.
Yeah, he recognizes that he's behind.
I'm just behind.
And Elkie
It
taking a
doesn't
peek
matter
at
what
the
she has.
Cowboys.
I'm behind. I'm behind.
kind of does
I
matter.
have a nice hand. I'm
She
behind.
could be doing it with Ace King.
You're all in, right?
But you're right, probably not ahead of much there.
Good man, Leon. I love that.
Good fold there, Leon. Good job.
Okay,
I think
Because it's hard to
Malika
fold
took her
in
time a
real
little bit
there.
more.
Let's take a second.
I think if she took her time a little bit more, Malika, it might have been different. She was very immediate in her action.
Quand t'as commencé à parler, je croyais que c'était encore plus faible que ça.
We did see another player with an ace in their hands. There's two live ones. Malika offered to run it twice. Dwarf always seems to like to run it twice. So I think we're going to see two boards here.
Oh, wow.
But there's one of those aces, so maybe for once Dwarf not so happy it's being run twice.
5. Nice fold, Leon.
Crazy.
And everybody congratulating Leon on his great fold with the jacks. And first half over to Dwarf, but can he double up? I think there's only one ace left in the deck.
You should be safe. I folded ace.
So no miracles so far for Dwarf. It's looking more and more like a chop. Malika seems like she's sweating this out, even though she's such a huge favorite at this point for the second half. But it is a considerable chunk and change.
Got one jack.
Bottom for Osei.
5 of spades on the river, another chop.
If I'm shoving behind here, I know it's...
Yeah.
Very hard for you to lose that twice, but I've folded an ace.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Thank you.
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Malika just cold called with her kings there,
Very good fold, man.
and how Rob would act. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value.
May the best hand win. Yes? I think also.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Both players have locked up €120,000. 200,000 euro for the winner and the ring. That lovely gold circuit ring for the main event champion. Will it be Daddy or will it be Toker? Toker with the 3-bet. They're very evenly matched players, I would say, going into this heads-up battle. Both have different attributes and skills they bring to the table. Both worthy champions. Let's see what happens. Anything can happen in heads-up. No limit hold'em. You've seen how volatile this whole FT has been. It's been a whirlwind of a day. So much action, as you would expect from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Such a savage event from the World Series of Poker. Daddy going to bet 5 million here. This pot spiraling out of control. 17.5 mil. Toker lets it go. Hope you've enjoyed today's action and the last 2 days as well, folks. Remember, we're back every weekend. Next weekend, we've got the ZTO Grand Prix, 600 grand guaranteed in that one. The week after that, we've got the very, very popular Dutch Classics. Everyone's always raving about the Dutch Classics. It's nice, fun, fast, action-paced event. Then after that, we've got the mammoth Italian poker sport, $1 million guaranteed. It smashed the whole off that guarantee. Last year, I think there was, it was over 5,000 runners, something around that area. It might have even been more. Maybe someone can hazard a guess in the chat there. I remember seeing crazy, crazy numbers for the Italian poker sport. So that's going to be a fun one as well. So that's the next 3 weeks. What a fantastic start it's been to the year so far. We're on all the usual social media platforms. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on YouTube or Twitch. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Toker is going to bet here with his set, and Daddy a non-believer. Not that there was anything he could do there with 2 pair. Not the greatest river, completing the flush. Sometimes you just got to pay the man, especially heads up.
make a deal and play the winner. You know what I mean? And you know who is the winner.
So raise 1 million.
Keep 10,000 euro for the winner.
For the dealer.
How much?
1 million to win.
Small for you, not too much. I don't want you to run away.
Super.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Daddy raises with the Jack-6 offsuit on the button. Whatever happens in this heads-up battle, what a victory it's been for both of these remaining players.
One I lose.
They both look quite tired, it has to be said.
Button is small. Yeah, button is small. Big blinds,
No. Pocket 3. F7 high. King high. It's better for you, you show. Maybe I say king high and I don't have king high. And you fall.
They're both very friendly with each other, talking a lot. Although it has to be said, it's usually the way of King's Resort. It's why they get so many people flocking to the resort. Everyone is so friendly, for the most part anyway. There's always a bit of chat and banter and crack to be had at the featured table. No matter how much money they're playing for. Nice to see so many new followers as well, by the way. Smashing numbers on YouTube and Twitch over the last 3 days. Great to see it. This could be a big one here. Toker. 3 betting to 4 mil. Daddy with ace king. Does he want to flatten position or try get it in? 15 million. Well, that sends a message. That is a gigantic 4-bet. But it is not going to stop them getting it all in. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. Toker going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Will be down to 13 bigs unless he gets lucky and there's a Jeffrey or something to that effect. 55.75 million in this pot. King 6 deuce, that's pretty definitive, folks.
Papaz var onda. As bacak. Hands up baş. Mecbur öyle oynayacak. Mecbur görmen lazım. Ne o aldı. Şimdi çok az kaldı benim.
And Toker is going to be up against it now, playing 13 bigs. Apocalypse is going dancing. You make a ring and I'll dance. Enjoy your lesson or class or both. Thank you for all your help, Apocalypse, and the same to the other moderators still in the chat. Johan the man, Bird of course. Your help is always appreciated and never goes unnoticed. Apocalypse teaches tonight is a Latin class. I've about 5 weddings coming up. I could do with getting some dance lessons myself. Not the easiest when I'm about the size of Tyson Fury, but nonetheless, we could do a one step, 2 step. Usually the 1 step, 2 step, and then back to sitting down is my go-to. Toker all in with the Jack 6 offsuit. Daddy with the opportunity to put the nail in the coffin here. 13.8 million in the pot. It's 883. Turn is a 7. Toker down to his last card. It is a 6. Toker will double up. Back to 27 big blinds. Was not expecting that one. Apocalypse says, get myself to England and I'll book you some lessons. I have a wedding in England, alright, at some point in the summer. I don't think I'll be stopping by for lessons, but we will see what happens. One day at a time, fella. Well, thank you for your offer. Nothing the King 10 can do there, of course. Daddy just forced to pay the man. And the beat goes on.
I have also one. So your kicker must be better. I have 2 and 6. Your kicker is better. No, 2-8, sorry, 2-8. Kicker is way better. You gave me this?
And it is all in and call. Toker going for it with the Queen 9 off suit. Daddy calling him off with the King Queen. And this could be it. 23.7 million in this pot. Ace 10 8 is the flop.
J is also possible. Check for you. J, you want to go, you make straight with higher. J is not good. But 9 is good.
Turn is a 7. Never easy. 16% equity for Toker to stay in this tournament as we hit the river. Is this to be the last river card? It is. It's the 3 of hearts. Toker coming up short for the title, but does win a substantial amount of money. Well played, Toker. And Daddy is your World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event champion. €200,000, a 10 grand ticket, and that all-important gold circuit ring. All right, folks, it's been a hell of a 3 days. I'm going to say my goodbyes, let you enjoy the moment with the champ. Thank you once again to everyone who tuned in, all the new fans. The Action Man Dan fans is growing each week on Twitch, and I love it. I will see you all next weekend. And for now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.